Ba-da-ba-bum. Hey chat, what's going on? How you guys doing? We'll be in Pantheon in a moment. I'm trying to get the rest of this map uncovered. It's taking a bit longer than I thought. I hope you guys are doing well this evening. Mostly everybody else is on at the moment. They're just waiting for me. Ooh, that's new. It's a boss fight. Enter the Selkari Sanctuary. Okay. This has got to be a boss fight, I'm guessing. Oh, nope. It's a zone? Oh, it is a zone. Alright, is there a waypoint? If there's a waypoint, we can quit out after this. There is a waypoint.
Seems the Serpent clan's already slithered through here.
There's a checkpoint. Didn't mean to click on it. Alright, we'll get switched over. We got where I wanted. Crushes enemies on hit. What does that even mean?
Greetings.
Wow, 98%. Wow, 196 damage? Oh, dude. Why couldn't this have dropped on my tank? Nothing.
Here for a story? All right, of course. This could be useful.
Starting to see tier 14 skeletons.
I will tell your tale.
What is it? Our supplies. Fight to the last.
Okay, I'm in game. I'm just heading to BRK. Excuse me. Hey, P99, what's happening? How you doing? Right on, man. What are you doing this evening? Gonna be back in game? Or are you in game currently? Okay, right on. Hey, Vec. I'm not calling him master. What do you mean I have no lands and holds no titles? Where do you think I live? Of course I own this. Technically this has land. So there you go. I climbed up and ran all the way to the back. I figured it's easier to go down through the back ramp than have to worry about clearing through all the goblins. Yeah, we're going down to the swamp. Oh, that's not gonna work. Nobody at our usual spot that I see. We have Carrie. Hmm. You're high? I'm 32 as well. So what you're saying is we just have to get you killed 12 or 13 times. Alright, we're just waiting for everybody else to get here. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the young and the innocent. In this world, I don't know who's innocent. What? Yeah. Just run to the back. Yep, as usual. Climb up. By the way, chat, as far as the stream goes, how does the audio sound? I have a different mic this evening. It's a different type of mic, so I have it set up where I think it's supposed to be good. It sounds good when I listen back to it, but you guys would be the judge of it. Do I sound the same as I did yesterday, or usually? I'm in your group. You sent me an invite like 5 minutes ago. I'm group bugged. Invite me when you zone in, and if you're zoned in, re-invite. Sounds normal? Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. I did some recording before stream, and I gotta say, this mic, dude, like, this mic is fantastic. I didn't buy it. It's a little up there. You can't tell any change. Sounds good as normal. That's what I would like to hear. Thank you. I mean, it would sound different if I was up here speaking into the microphone. This would sound really loud. You'd probably get a lot more sound than you would, or noise possibly, than if I was sitting over here. Just saying. Makes you look a little like Al Michaels. Ignore this mic. This mic's not even working. It's just part of the headset. I can't take it off. But this headset is so comfortable. I mean, I guess I could fool people. I could put the mic up like normal, and then when people come in and realize how clear the mic sounds, they'll be like, dude, what headset are you wearing? We could do that. Let's see who we trick. We'll see how this goes for now, and we'll leave the last spot open just in case Essien gets in. And if he doesn't, we'll fill and wait for Bob. When you get back to where we normally were with the wolf collars, I'm down the hill, so I'm already partly down. Yeah, I got to do some auditions this evening, so I'm going to do them at the end of the stream. And I'm going to submit them with the new mic and see how the new mic works. I really like the new mic. You guys don't hear it, but the mic picks the normal mic that I use it's a popular mic. The mic's been used for 50 years. It picks up a lot of room noise. The problem is my computers aren't out of the room, they're in the room. So the air that the fans generate, that noise gets picked up. So I have to go in and edit a lot of stuff that I record. It's not complicated, but if you don't edit, it sounds clearer. Then if you start editing, you start stripping away some of the audio. So this mic here that I'm testing now, it has a more focused beam. It doesn't capture everything else in the room. And from my tests earlier, it seems pretty fantastic. So I'm going to see if I can get away with trying to do some auditions without doing any editing at all and see how that goes. Well, except for a little bit of mouth noise. All that stuff, you know. What was that about the ancient golem? I think we should wait till we have, like, all 6. Oh, gotcha. You mean unfantastic. Right, unfantastic. I saw some people playing a new MMORPG that's coming out called Blue Protocol. Anybody happen to check that out? It has a very anime feel to it. Very Genshin Impact kind of look. I didn't get to check out too much footage. I think it was a couple of screenshots. Googling it now. Yeah, I believe it's called Blue Protocol. I started following it a few years ago because it sounded like it was going to be pretty cool. But I don't know. I mean, again, it's got a very heavy anime. I'm sure it must be a game that was designed in Korea. I'm pretty sure it's an import. See? Told you I should have saved a spot. No problem, man. Ooh, say something else, Essien. You sounded really quiet. Yeah, you are quiet. I can turn you up, though. That's fine. Oh, yep. You want a different computer or something? Ah, gotcha. Well, we have a spot open in BRK if you want to bring Al over. 0. We're over at the swamp. We climbed up, ran all the way to the back, and then ran down the ramp. From a quick 1-minute gameplay review, looks like a game I played called Wuthering Waves. I don't like that style of progression. What style is that, P99? Is it a pay to win thing? Are there is it like Genshin Impact where you got to buy a bunch of cards to unlock characters or some nonsense? What was that again? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Nine a.m. We got plenty of time in game. Okay, that's 2 AFKs. We have 2 people AFK at the moment, chat, so we're waiting for them to come back before we jump down. Do you record sitting down? Voice is kind of like singing, in that when you sitting, you lose about 30% of your diaphragm. I notice when voice actors do characters, they often stand. That is true. I am sitting. Similar to Genshin, you get these small bonuses here and there from all kinds of things. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Well, that's good. Now I know I don't want to give it a try, because I'm not a fan of that either. They give you little breadcrumbs expecting you to buy the loaf. Yep, dropped all the way down, ran back behind the rock ledge, and then, yeah, we're underneath the nomads. Yeah, I would like to be in a position where I could actually stand up, but this sound booth that I've built, I could stand up, but I can't. The monitor is fixed. I don't have a standing desk, and I don't have any sort of assist to raise the monitor. So even if I wanted to stand, I couldn't see what I was looking at. And I'm not in it enough to go ahead and cave on. What am I doing? Am I sitting on a wire? Sitting on a wire. Hang on a second, chat. That was weird. That's never happened. What was I saying? Oh, hang on. Yeah, okay, we're good. What was I saying? I forget what I was saying. Oh, I haven't gotten into it that far yet that I want to spend on an actual sound booth. So I need to get a bit more. I need to get a bit more into it before I make the decision on an actual professional booth. I have the room. It's back there. I wouldn't be able to do it in stream, though. I'd have to stream here and then walk over. When you sing, you don't have a singing box? Right, I get you. So there should be a ramp off to the right if you're looking down onto the vendors. And the ramp should take you down to the level of the vendors. And then once you see the nomads, just run to the south and drop down over the wall or over the floor. There you are. Drop down, you'll hit a ledge, and then drop down again. Oh, unless you're running Essian. Three-sided box with the microphone in the middle, a vocal booth. 17,000? Look up, what's it called? Story bricks. STORYBRICKS. Story bricks. I think that's one as well. I can't remember the other one. There were 3 of them that I was thinking of. But they're expensive. Okay, we all here? Break on through. If you're here, everybody can drop down to me. Drop down one more. Oh my lord, I see you. She was Carrie. She was all the. I didn't realize she was all the way over on the mountainside. I thought she just jumped over the lip and loot and harvested something. Okay, I dropped down. If everybody wants to come around to the left, jump on that scorpion, Ale. Everybody pile on the scorpion. When I say... It's fine. When I say pile... No, come over here, Pen. Come over here, Pen. Everybody pile on. Nobody be over by the water. Stay against the wall. Probably. Yeah, it's on the mire king. Okay, we'll go ahead and kill them. Okay, that golem should walk off. When he does, we'll pull the gecko. Stay in range of Ale in case he has to pop his group heal. I don't know what kind of damage the poison's going to do to us until Carrie gets here. Oh, I don't see you. Oh, there you are. I expected you to stand in safety. I saw you when you were standing over by the ledge. Okay. Yeah, we can set up right here. Excuse me. Essien. Oh, wait a minute. So what are you guys in chat up to this evening? What are you guys working on? chatting about enchanters yesterday. Would an enchanter in your group now help more than any of the DPS, or not really? In this group right now, with what we're killing, an enchanter really wouldn't make a difference. We would take one, but for what we're killing, wouldn't need one. However, if we move to the upper part of the keep and start fighting the next section of enemies, which are our level and higher, we'll definitely take an enchanter. But it's not mandatory. If you have a necromancer, if you have a rogue, or if you have someone like a warrior who's very smart when it comes to pulling stuff, you don't need an enchanter for anything. People just think they need an enchanter for everything because, unfortunately, they don't think outside the box. Yes, an enchanter's main role is CC. Or I guess you could say utility. Now mind you, they have a couple of abilities that get them a whole lot of threat, so they have to be careful too. Walker incoming. Something like that. Just not Texan. We got a golem coming next. Remember to get max distance. Why is he not investigating? That's weird. Alright, whatever. No, that was Bobza. Yeah. We probably gave him PTSD with geckos last night. I mean, you all heard him last night. Oh, frig, no, I'm gonna stand over here. Yeah, definitely. Yep. I'll keep the gecko occupied. Hopefully he poisons me. Or I guess it doesn't matter. What's the playstyle difference between Shaman and Cleric? Shaman are heal over time base? Yeah, so Clerics are the best point blank heal. Their heal hits or heals for the most amount point blank. The Shaman has the ability of having heal over time, but the Shaman is interesting because my understanding is the Shaman has a skill called Hurry the Past. And what they can do is they can layer their heals onto a target, and then when they pop Hurry the Past, it takes all those and speeds them up to fruition, which means you end up getting a whole lot of health. So you might be in a group and a tank gets healed, and you might see 7 or 8 instances of something of the Mantle of the Mist or something of the Mantle. That's because they hit Hurry the Past and took all their heal over time and turned it into one giant heal. They also have most of the buffs in the game. But the Cleric gets an ability called, someone's going to correct me. What's it called? Something Honor? They have a buff they can put on somebody that every hit gives them health back. I forget what it's called. Yay. I forget the order I pulled in, so if something spawns back there, just pull it and say something. I think we're due for a walker to spawn, but I think he paths over here. I know he's going to start moving at some point. He's slinging mud at me, so he's got to move. Okay, I guess we're fighting him where he stands. Can't say I've seen that before. Maybe it has something to do with the Z-axis. I was standing high up and maybe he couldn't get my location. Maybe. Yep. I plan on going to see the new movie when it comes out. Mortal Kombat 2. I'm also excited to see the Street Fighter movie next year. I think the Street Fighter cast, I think, is phenomenal. Mortal Kombat? Dude, when we went to see Mortal Kombat... Huh? Yeah. Opening night, or not even opening night, early access night. We went for Mortal Kombat 1 when it was opening. It was like the Wednesday to the Friday. So Wednesday night, there were five of us that went. We got tickets to the radio station. The place was packed, not an empty seat. The opening song, the theme song kicked in, and we didn't need to see anything. Everybody was sweating in excitement. Like, dude, that blasting from the speakers, it was wild. Mortal Kombat 2, yes. Street Fighter, no. They just finished filming. You won't see any footage till next year, probably. Yep. Not the older Mortal Kombat. The one from... So there was a Mortal Kombat 1 like 3 years ago or 2 years ago. New cast, different cast. This is a sequel to that one, not the original. Not the one that you would know. It was really good. I liked it. Excuse me. No, shields aren't getting AC. AC's gone on shields. They I wouldn't say might be interested. I would definitely get it. I mean, we're nicer people, man. We're not so caught up with the Instagram and the TikTok and the fame. It's too cold up here for that nonsense. It just spawned and Essien just pulled it. In that order. I heard it was announced recently that they're looking to reboot Indiana Jones. I guess they're not going to be doing Harrison Ford anymore. They want a new person altogether to play Harrison or to play Indy. Yeah, I mean, okay. Oh yeah, getting back to the shield thing. There's no AC. They're going to find a way to work the other stats of the shields into the character. They want the shield use to be meaningful. They don't just want you to go with the highest block number, what have you. And Essien is the one that makes the shields. And yes, you... I mean, the amount of faith he has in you is crazy. for just getting out and starting to get situated again, the amount of faith is crazy. Some would say fanatically so. I gotta hit a tree and see if they finally got rid of the ore sound. Let's get him. He'll be by here in a minute. Yeah, for now until they change or figure out what they're doing with the shields, the tier 3 crafted shield is the best option for everybody, period, regardless of the stats on everything else. The only other thing would be the Draconic Offering plate out of the Enclave, the one that I'm using currently, but even still, it only has 322 block value, whereas the tier 3 has 544. Iron. There's only one shield, and I don't think you can make a rare version of it. Yeah, for real. I'd have one. Glowworm? There's a reference. I used to have one. Original model. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait till we get back inside, chat. I can't wait till we get back inside the keep. We still need a couple levels for people. I mean, that's a tall order. No, to keep her alive. Getting her dead is the easy part. How did Essien get a corpse? What did you run into? Obviously, must have been a lot of them. What'd you do, jump over the archway? Yeah. Nothing is impossible. Our healer's AFK, chat. We gotta wait till they get back. Hopefully we don't get spawned on and killed. That's always an idea if that's something in your wheelhouse. Keep in mind, now's the time to pick it up if you're going to, because if you get closer to launch, I got a funny feeling it's not going to be as cheap. No, because it's tied to your login. I don't know how much faith I'd put in that. They allowed renames. The head guides actually jump in and like people would send them tells. That's how Cruciferous stopped being Krushnek number 5 or 6 or whatever. I sent a tell and asked them to change the name to Cruciferous. They allowed that, but they didn't allow you to jump servers. I'm fairly certain you can't do that, period. No problem. Everybody gather on me just to be safe. No Myrkin will aggro to here, so you don't have to worry about the headbutts. The golem won't aggro to here, so you don't have to worry about the smash. The walker that may spawn only throws poison, so if you stand here, we're good. Now the issue is going to be if Construct spawns, because it's still 11 p.m. So they're due to spawn between now and 4 a.m., I think. And we can't move from here because Kara's still AFK. I mean, I guess we could move from here and she'd just come back dead. How you guys in chat doing? You guys good? What's going on? Anybody have anything exciting planned for the weekend? I do not. I think I'm going to get a donaire on Saturday. I think. I haven't had one in a very long time. And I know it doesn't make sense, but that gives me all the right to finally have one. It's tier 2, it looks like. It's the Ashen Bronze Kite Shield. There might be. I don't know if... I'm pretty sure their shields were weird with crafting when crafting came out. I'm pretty sure they didn't have a wide variety. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's only a couple. There might be 2, maybe 3 you can craft that aren't a round shield. And I know there used to be one tower shield, and I don't know if that's still in the game or not, but we could never get that one crafted during seasons. But there used to be a tower shield recipe. Have you seen that, Essien? Do you have that? Have you ever made one? Okay. Yeah. I just remember there was always something missing for that recipe, because I was annoyed, as a warrior, using a shield. I like my donair with garlic sauce. I don't know about garlic sauce, man. I mean, I like garlic sauce. I've never had garlic sauce with my donair. I should try that. I might actually try that, Magnus, now that you've suggested it. I'm checking out healers tonight. I've always liked healing. You want to check out the shaman and the cleric. Remember my golden rule, when you pick a character that you want to see how it plays, you have to take it to level 18. 1-8. No exceptions. Not 10, not 8, not 15. You got to go to 18. By 18, with the skills that you get, by 18, you will have a really good idea as to how that class is going to play. That's when you make your decision. If you make it earlier than that, you could be ripping yourself off. It used to be 15, but when they reworked the spells and abilities for the classes, my opinion changed to 18. So you got to take a class to 18. Every class, doesn't matter who you pick. You got to take it to 18. If you don't like it by the time you're 18, you'll never play one at launch. A friend got me into it, but I love garlic, so I'm pretty biased. I like garlic too. I've just never had garlic sauce with donair sauce. But I can pick up like a small bottle of garlic sauce. That's not a problem. I might actually do that and try it. During the beginning of COVID, like 2020 to 2021, I started making homemade hummus for the first time. Or hummus. I can't. Hummus. And the garlic, man. The garlic was a test in progress. I added too much the first time, not enough the second time. I got it right the third time and stayed with it. And I think I ate it for a year. And then I just got lazy and stopped making it. I couldn't believe how easy... I'm not a cook, I'm not a baker, I rarely ever make anything at the house. I've been teased for years at the fact that I don't really cook for myself, for the most part. But when I started making hummus, because when I started, I bought a Vitamix blender and everything. And for those who don't know, Vitamix is the company that all the restaurants use for their blenders. They're the industrial blenders. I bought one as part of this whole big package I saw on the shopping network, which I've never used before. This is the first and only item I've ever bought off them. But I got it and I got it home and I started testing it. And I was like, holy crap, this thing could rip the world a new one. So I started making the hummus and I didn't want to give up on it because it was only, what, 4 ingredients? I was like, I got to get this right. So I stuck with it, and then I just went and picked up like a bunch of naan bread over like the 7 or 8 months, and I just used naan bread and hummus. I used to add all sorts of different stuff. I'd add a different amount of lemon to it. I think I added some other spices at the time as well, just to mess around with it. I really liked it. It was really good. I don't know what happened. I just got lazy and stopped making it after like a year. Might have been 11 months or so. And I was just doing it to try and find other healthy stuff to eat, so I wouldn't have to go back to my regular routine. I mean, it helped me drop like 83 pounds, which is crazy. Cooking stream? No, it's not going to happen. I would burn my house down. That would be bad. COVID era had you cooking lots too? Yeah, it was interesting. Restaurants, drive-through was open the whole time. Now, a little bit of history on me. I'm labeled critical service. I keep the banks open. I didn't have the freedom or liberty to work from home or to stay home. I had to go to work every day. I didn't like it, but I had to because I was one of 3 individuals with specific security clearances for government work. So while I was going there, you would have thought, while I was going to work almost every day, I would have stopped by one of 200 different fast food places between here and there. All different food types, all different franchises, mom and pop shops, or whatever. But for some reason, just because I couldn't risk getting COVID, this is back when we all thought COVID was killing people. This is back when when they had us believe COVID was some kind of disease or like significant virus, and we don't need to get into it because we don't need to get political. But I was nervous for my folks because I'm the one that typically does it. As far as the family goes, I'm always the one that's doing stuff. They need to run someplace. They need somebody to show up. They need this. They need that. I can't rely on the other family members. So because of that, I forced myself to try and find easy, lazy stuff to make from home. And one of my coworkers told me that hummus was easy to make, and I'm like, okay. So she gave me her recipe, and I went home, and like I said, it took 3 batches to get it right. But once I got it right, dude, I was a fan of hummus. Oh my goodness. And I specifically went and bought the bagged chickpeas, the dried chickpeas. I did not go with the can. I cut all the salt out and everything, and man, it was fantastic. Now that I'm talking about it, maybe I'll make some of that this weekend. Get back to making some hummus. Well, that's a few. But that's a friendly tip. For anybody who wants to maybe try to make their own hummus, get the dried chickpeas and just put them into a pot of water overnight. Or a bowl of water or something. Just put them in water overnight, soften them up, so that you can blend them easier. But don't buy the canned chickpeas because there's like 2,000 milligrams of sodium. The salt is fine in moderation, but you got to pretty much use the whole can. You got to make the whole thing and then eat it over, a period of like a week. I think a bag here when I made it lasted me about 5 days, I think. And keep in mind, because you're doing it homemade, there's no preservatives. It's not like going to your local grocery store and buying a container of it that's got a bunch of stuff in it that makes it last a month. This stuff you have to eat within a week. Trust me, I've seen it go bad. you have to eat it within like a week. I mean, I guess you could freeze it. I've never bothered. If I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna eat it. But hummus is really good. If you've never had it, it's really good. You don't need anything fancy. You could just eat it out of the bowl. You could eat it out of the mixer for whatever reason, but man, I didn't realize how good hummus was. Then you can experiment and start putting your own stuff in there with it and see what happens. You'd be surprised what you come up with. It's no different than like Peter. It's no different than when people put peanut butter on hamburgers. I had it once. Wasn't bad. Would I do it again? Probably not. If somebody made it and offered it to me, I'd eat it. But as far as me making it, I'll leave peanut butter for other products. Bread, crackers, cookies. Just not hamburgers. Snacking cause you to lose a lot of weight? Yeah. When you control your salt and you remove the sugar, everybody loses weight. I used to be, I've told Stream this, I've been streaming for a long, I'm one of the longest, oldest, arguably worst streamers ever. I've been streaming for over a decade. I was 265 pounds the end of 2019. COVID showed up and I made a couple of changes, and within 4 months I lost 83 pounds. By April of 2020 I was down 83 pounds. Now I ended up putting about 8 pounds back on, so I went down to 182, I went back up to 190. Since the summer of 2020, I've bounced between 183 and 191 roughly. But I changed my eating habits. It had nothing to do with going to the gym, it had nothing to do with exercise, none of it. I just changed my eating habits, that's all. So if you're somebody who happens to be overweight, 260 pounds, 250 pounds, 230 pounds, just change your eating habits and the weight will fall off. I wouldn't have believed it until I went through it. I destroyed the bad cholesterol, I raised the good cholesterol, I dropped my sugar almost to non-existent. It was crazy, and all I did was change what I ate. That's it. I still ate late at night, if I felt like it. It's just, I didn't sit here and eat carrots before anybody starts making jokes about salad 4 times a day. I got to eat stuff. I just changed the way I ate, that's all. I started eating stuff that might not be the best for you, but filled your stomach. So. While I sit here and smash 3 Toll House cookies, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Dude, I could go for some cookies. I haven't had a cookie. I can't tell you the last time I had a cookie. I think it was 2023, maybe? Might have been 2023. COVID was just falling off, or the COVID period of lockdown was just falling off. I think it was 2023, right? Yep, I'm sold. It's either going to be a donair or hummus on Saturday. I'll have to figure out what I'm doing. I'll have to figure out if I manage to pop into a store tomorrow. If I pop into the market tomorrow, it'll be hummus. If I say frigate and come straight home, it'll be donair. I wasn't a cookie person, but this convo made me not want to get another pack for a while. I'm telling you guys, getting back to the hummus conversation, the homemade hummus, man, was the way to go. I could eat so much of that stuff, man, and dude, make you feel full. You're not hungry an hour and a half, 2 hours later. You could throw whatever you wanted in it, change the taste of it if you were getting bored. But yeah, trust me, it's just what I used to have. If you go look at my earlier streams from like before 2020, I had a fat head, man. I had a huge head, and then when I started losing the weight, man, my head like thin. My head's still huge, haha, but it thinned out ridiculously, ridiculously. I had the whole double chin and everything. And again, all I did was change what I ate. That's it. I didn't lift weights. I didn't do aerobic exercises. I wasn't any more active than I've been. I just changed what I ate. That was it. It truly is all about your diet. They told me I had symptoms of being pre-diabetic. I had to do this, that, and the other thing. They wanted to put me on metformin. They tried to put the fear of insulin in me, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And I'm like, okay, no, that's not going to happen. So I did my research, and I tried a few things. And like I said, the weight fell off. Whatever, the HDL and the LDL, whatever your bad cholesterol is, I eviscerated it, destroyed it, it's gone. I raised my good cholesterol, my A1C came down. That's your blood sugar value, for those who don't know. That's the important stat to pay attention to. So if you haven't in a while, next time you go see a doctor, ask him to get your A1C checked. The average person should have an A1C of around 5.5 to 5.8. Mine, I think, had hit as high as 12. That's not good. But I said, frig it, I wasn't taking medication. And I changed my diet, and that's it. And like I said, I wasn't eating salads. I mean, every now and then I would eat salads, but I wasn't eating it like 3 times a day. Or whatever jokes come in about food. I just changed what I ate, that's all. Oh, here's another fact you guys might not know, and this is very important. Let's say, for example, you're told you have a medical condition that prohibits you from fixing your blood sugar or giving you back energy, so they want you to be on some kind of medication, and maybe it works. Here's what I'll tell you. If you come off of sugar for 3 months, I know it's a long time, but if you come off of sugar for 3 months, you will dissolve all the sugar in your body. It will go away in 90 days. You can quote me on that. I've done it 3 times just to test it. It takes 90 days for your body to get rid of all the sugar in your system. So if you're ever concerned because someone's putting some sort of medical threat over your head, trust me, come off of sugar for 3 months. Whether it's over the winter, whether it's over the summer, just come off of it for 3 months and you will be a different person. See, I tend to be a little skeptical. Someone comes to me and mentions something they've heard of. I don't necessarily just go to the internet to do, follow up on some YouTube video from some random person trying to get popular. I'll actually do some of the stuff myself over time and see what kind of effect it has on me. And the sugar thing was correct. It takes 90 days for your body to purge all the sugar in your system. 90 days. Excuse me. A lot of misconceptions about weight loss. Ultimately, caloric deficit over a period of time, and you will. Yep, that's true. Make sure to read some things you think are healthy and are not, like white bread. Yes. Look, all bread, okay? All bread is not good for you. The healthier types of bread are sourdough, ancient grain. So sourdough or ancient grain are the healthiest bread that you can eat, but they're not healthy, right? It's like pitas. A lot of people go for pita. Naan bread, Naan. Naan bread is the healthiest version of a pita type bread. So ancient grain, sourdough, naan bread. Those are your 3 options for what they consider the healthiest bread. No bread is healthy for you, but those are the healthiest versions. And well, okay, so that's another good point, Triple. Also, for those who don't know, if you ever plan on traveling to Europe for whatever reason, You can eat till the cows come home. Europe has laws against using the same preservatives and whatnot that we use here in North America. You can go to Italy, speaking of Italy, Trickle, you can go to Italy and pig out on spaghetti and lasagna 4 times a day for the 2 weeks that you're there, and you will not get unhealthy and you will not get fat. You will pass all that food like normal because they don't have any of the crap in it that we put in our food here in North America. That's the truth. I've got probably 5 couple friends of mine who have all gone to Italy, same thing. And it's talked about online as well. They don't have all the dyes and chemicals in their food products over there. That's why a lot of the stuff in Europe is always talked about being homemade. You go to a pasta restaurant in Italy, it'll all be homemade. The pasta's homemade, the noodles, homemade. Chasm Golem's on Krushnek. Until it gets on Ale in a minute. Oh no, it's on Snapper now. It's around the corner. Exposed on the golem. I'm gonna die. There we go. They hoit. I think they're trying to get away with... Yes, they are. So, again, we don't need to get our panties in a twist over politics. I talk about politics with my viewers whenever it tends to arise. I don't get my panties in a twist. I don't need you guys getting offended. But I know that JFK Jr. or whatever is trying to do his thing, you know, to make America healthy again or whatnot. And again, we don't need to go into the generalities. Let's just stick to the specifics. I hope he's successful. We don't need to talk about the vaccines. We're talking about food. If he can get all the colored dyes out of food, fantastic. All the better for kids, all the better for adults. It's a great start. The problem is, how are you going to do it with what is it, like 6 food companies own the 4,000 food companies that sell stuff? Isn't that the thing in the States? I think there's 4,000 different companies, but they're all owned by 6 main ones. Like Nestle and 5 others, I think, own just about all the food brands in the States. I mean, everybody's got to eat, so food is a big deal. Not everybody's got to get a vaccine, but everybody's got to eat, man. You can't say, well, I choose not to eat. Yeah, I mean, you probably could, but you won't be around long enough to say you were wrong. But yes. All right, and that's so up here as well. So for those who don't know, I'm Canadian. I live in Canada. So up here, we have our own issues with food as well, but it's not as bad as you guys in the States. For example, the cereal Fruit Loops, right, or Trix in the States, this much garbage in it. In Canada, this much garbage in it. If it was sold in Europe, it wouldn't have any bad stuff in it, but it would taste like garbage. So we do have certain guidelines and laws up here that limit what can be put in our food. Unfortunately, because you guys have a much larger population and a whole lot of money in these big companies, you don't have the same ability to limit what's in food. It's no different than cutting drugs, right? Like you talk about fentanyl. So you have cocaine. You take cocaine, blah, whatever. You take this much cocaine on average. Now, for someone to make that much cocaine to last you a year, could be this much, and it could be very taxing on the business. So what do? You give them this much cocaine and feed them this much fentanyl. And that way, this little bit seems like this much at one time, right? food is the same way. Food is the same way. They try and pull out the little bit of the healthy stuff and replace it with plastic or fake healthy stuff. Not actual plastic, that's whatever, you know. Which again is unfortunate. But with that said, if you eat in moderation, even if you're eating those foods, if you eat in moderation, you'll be relatively okay. It's when you don't stop or you don't moderate. You have pizza Tuesday, and then you have leftovers on Wednesday, and then you don't get a pizza Friday, but all of a sudden Saturday comes around, you decide to get a different type of pizza. Then you have that. Then you wake up Sunday, you eat pizza again. You get paid. You and the missus or mister or friends or whoever decide to go to a restaurant. You end up buying a bunch of food that's got processed stuff on it, not necessarily the healthiest. All the sauces. You do that every pay. Well, if you cut down and do that every second pay, or every third pay, all the better, right? It's all in moderation. Everything is moderation. Video games are moderation. Driving a car is moderation. You want to save your sanity on the road with people who can't drive? Drive less. But yeah, moderation in everything, and you'll get by. It's when we get into the excess of things. It'll be the people after him and so on and so forth. Yes, yes. You're saying I shouldn't have had 6 cookies at 9 p.m.? What I'm saying is you probably shouldn't eat again until lunchtime tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. And you should do 100 bodyweight squats before you go to bed. Stand at the foot of your bed, do your 100 bodyweight squats, get into bed, wake up tomorrow morning, don't eat until lunchtime. That's all I'm saying. And by 100 bodyweight squats, I mean do them in sets of 20, if you have to. 20, rest a minute, 20, rest a minute, 20, rest a minute. 5 times. Then go to bed. I work in a warehouse and I don't work out 100 squats will break my body. No, well, bodyweight squats are the bodyweight squats are the Adam and Eve of exercise. Trust me on that. You're talking to someone who has a surgically altered spine. You're talking to someone who had his spinal column broken when he was a teenager. You're talking to somebody who died twice on the operating table while they tried to fix it. Bodyweight squats are nothing. You can do bodyweight squats. Everybody in this chat can do bodyweight squats, unless you're paralyzed and in a wheelchair, in which case you can't do bodyweight squats. I did a full cleanse for a whole month. It was hard, but even my hygiene improved after. And I do my best to only eat natural food, but I cheat sometimes, just no sugar. That's it, man. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say it's easy to drop sugar. It's not. Sugar is in a lot of stuff. Sugar is in bread. Getting back to what we were talking about bread. Most people don't realize that all forms of bread, or most forms of bread, have some form of sugar. And salt, keep in mind, salt is a preservative. Salt is through every type of bread. Salt is in fish. Salt is in just about every meat source that you get, whether it's beef, pork, chicken, turkey, salmon, trout, cod. It all has sodium of some sort because it's a preservative. So it's very difficult to get away from salt. I understand that. But I'm a lazy person who doesn't cook. I just got through telling you guys this. If I can do it, trust me, it's nothing for you guys to do it. It's nothing. It's nothing for you guys to do it. And I'm not saying you have to swear off everything tomorrow. You could do it over time. Cut one thing out. Let's say you like eating pie or cake, or let's say you buy cookies, right? We talked about cookies earlier. Let's say you buy cookies once a week or once every 2 weeks. Whether you put them in the oven or whether you buy them already put together. Buy them once a month. You know? Just spread it out. That's all. You can definitely do it. I'm not a health nut. I'm not a fitness person. But I've done quite a bit of research and I've tested it all on myself. And I've been amazed. It's all worked. Everything I've tried has worked. Nothing I have tried that I did research on failed. So, if you're somebody who could stand to get healthier without having to go to the gym 7 days a week, ask away. Just remember, I'm not a health expert. I just play one in real life. No, I just play one online. That's all. The thing you miss most is ice cream? No, yeah, man, look. When did I have my last ice cream? I went to Dairy Queen. And before anybody makes jokes about, oh, don't mention ice cream, I'm going to have to go get some. No, you don't. Just stay where you are. But I think the last time I had Dairy Queen was about 3 weeks ago. And before that, I couldn't tell you the last time I stopped in. And the reason why is because I don't know about where you guys live, but if I pull into a Dairy Queen to order anything, I'm paying $9 or $8 for ice cream. That'll be gone in 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I can go to the store and buy 3 boxes of 18 different types of ice cream and go home for that price. I can buy a 2 liter or 2.5 liter tub of ice cream for that price. So when I went there 3 weeks ago and they told me it was going to be like $8.87 or something, I was like, nope, I'm done. I'm good. No problem. And the thing is, where I don't really cook a whole lot, I never step into the grocery store. Or rarely step into the grocery store. And when I do, I'm a very patient person at home and at work, but I don't have patience for the general public when it's not in a work type setting, because people are just people. So I get in, I get my stuff, I get out. I can't look around a store. I have to figure out what I want before I go. I have to go, grab it all, get out. I'll go to the office or I'll go hang out with strangers and chat the whole day away. But if I have to set foot in a store to get something, I know what I'm getting before I get it. I go in, I get it, I leave. That's it. I don't want to deal with people in that respect. They're always in your way. They're giving store staff a hard time. It's bad. The only thing I go into the store now is fresh veggies, since they don't do a good job picking them up. Yep. That's something I should look at too. I've been telling myself the past probably 5 months or 6 months, I should look up local farms. I know maybe not everybody has them based on where you live, But I have them probably within like an hour's drive. And even though it's an hour's drive, I should probably look into local farms. You're not going to get better than a local farm. You get your bacon from there, you get turkey from there, you get chicken from there, you get eggs from there. You get just about every type of vegetable if they grow them. I mean, you find out what farm sells what stuff and what other farm sells other stuff, and then you figure out a way to go there. Now, mind you, whatever you buy, you're not necessarily going to be able to keep for very long. I mean, you might be able to get away with putting some of the stuff in the freezer, but it's still, you're still on limited time to consume it. But the point is, you go back on a somewhat regular basis. It's just a matter of, if it's an hour and a half away, do you drive an hour and a half away? I mean, I guess even if you did it once a week, as opposed to 3 or 4 times a week, even that is better than not doing it at all and just going into the stores every day. And I mean, places like DoorDash and Skip the Dishes, man, they've made a killing since 2019. I've never used them, but I've spoken to drivers. Now, mind you, they do have to worry about their own vehicles. Vehicles need maintenance and break down over time, so even though they might make good money on a busy day, that money could all disappear a week later because they need a new exhaust. I mean, I guess in a sense it'd probably be better if you leased a vehicle if you were a driver. Or just picked up used vehicles every time. That's an option as well, I guess. I go every Thursday morning first thing. There you go. There you go. Yep. Good plan. Everybody in chat should do some homework and say, local farms near me, and see what comes up. And then take the time to go visit. Do they have a website? Do they have a phone number? Give them a call. See what they offer. If you don't have a farm near you, then I get it. But if you do, you should take advantage. I'll tell you, man, fresh eggs from a farm? Oh my god, dude, the smell when they're cooking and then when you... Oh, man. Whew. Not to mention the bacon. Y'all ever had a sugar bee apple? I have not. Is that an apple? Hey, let me see here. Sugar bee apple. What's up with sugar bee apples? Sugar bee apples are a club variety licensed to Gebber's Farms. What does a sugar bee apple taste like? Mild sweet flavor and are crisp, well suited for fresh and cooked preparations. Interesting. I've never heard of them. Are sugar bee apples sweeter than Honeycrisp? What does a sugar bee apple taste like? It looks very similar to its parent, and it tastes very similar too. It does have more sugar, so... Uh-oh. We're gonna have another Myrican ad. That guy's investigating. I was close. They're pretty fair on the prices around here, at least. You can taste the flour that is used to cross-pollinate it. Really? Bananas are also something I eat a lot. Sadly, they don't grow here. If they don't grow here either, my friend, then I use them in smoothies. Whenever I decide to make a smoothie, I go for bananas. Oh, dude, some days I feel like peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Forget it. That's like a guilty pleasure for me. You put peanut butter and banana... I'll buy bananas and a jar of peanut butter just to put peanut butter on the banana and eat it. I am a sucker for peanut butter banana. Absolutely love it. But I'm not the only person that loves that. Oh, dude, peanut butter and banana is fantastic. Okay, what was I looking at here? Hang on. It has more sugar, so the taste is a notch or two sweeter. It retains the very crisp and firm bite of the Honeycrisp. Interesting. Sugar bee apples, where to buy? Oh, interesting. The internet's telling me they're sold locally here. I might have to do some research. I've never heard of them. Alright, if I can find them, I might have some apples this weekend. Apples and donair, that's going to be interesting. Maybe I'll have them at the same time. Cut up some apple and throw it in the donair and see what happens. They were actually kind of expensive here. I think they were like $20 for 12. Oh, $20 for 12. Okay, I will definitely look into them anyways. I'm intrigued. I mean, I've had just about every other kind of apple. A Honeycrisp, Macintosh. Was it Corset? Or something. Green apples, yellow apples, bake apples. Don't put bananas in your berry smoothie. That's probably a lot of sugar, I would think, right? I mean, that'd be a lot of sugar. Wonder how much. Wonder how that would break down. Oh. Yeah. Bananas are at their worst when they're blended because it's the highest concentration of sugar, and it's like a coating to other fruit, and it'll help pull it through your body, but it won't give your stomach time to absorb it and send it to where you might need your vitamin A, C, D, K, whatever. Yeah, bananas can be tricky when blended. But again, moderation, right? You don't necessarily have to have it twice a day or every day, or, you know, mix it up a little bit. One day have a banana in it, next day don't have a banana in it. I find you have to be careful with adding different fruits to a smoothie. I experimented between like spinach, kale, peanut butter, Nutella, raspberries, strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, bananas, oranges. Like I did a whole lot of testing. A lot of fruit tends to cancel out the taste of other fruits, and you don't really get what you think you're getting when you've mixed it. So when you start to make smoothies with multiple types of fruit, only use one or two. Don't go using 3 or 4 or 4 or 5 or what have you. At least I found that anyhow, that it didn't taste like what I was looking for. So I'll do like bananas and blueberries, or bananas and raspberries, or blueberries and strawberries. But I won't do blueberries, strawberries, and a banana, or blueberries, strawberries, oranges, or what have you. It's interesting. It's interesting how taste goes. Something about an enzyme called polyphenol oxidase reduces the absorption rate. Yeah. That's exactly it. It'll go through you before your body eats it to pull out whatever it needs. Oh, it's probably people Snapper and Carry now. I just saw 6 mobs pulled. Was that you? That was them. It says to do your berries with mangoes, pineapple, or oranges, or eat the banana on the side. Goblins out this way, right? Oh, no. There's another walker. I got another walker out the other end here I can pull. When I heard that, I was stopped getting bananas in my acai smoothies. Also thought, dang, now I gotta do chemistry. I know, dude. Welcome to life, man. Unfortunately, nothing is ever easy. We're only led to believe it is. On a separate note, how long do you think until this game is released? Their plan right now, as of December, so 10 months ago, their plan is to have this game out officially next year. So what we would consider their 1.0 or 1.0 is next year. When next year? I'm not sure, but I would say it would be the second half of the year. So, mid to late 2026. They're getting there. They have one more outdoor zone to put in. Then they've got a handful of content to put on this continent. Then they got to polish the classes up to level 50. And then they'll launch, and I guess whatever they don't have done, they'll work on going forward. I hope they do a monthly subscription. They need the monthly subscription because they need to be able to pay their people, you know, to keep working on the game. A lot of people, well, a number of people have come into the stream and they're like, they shouldn't do a monthly subscription, they should just do a one-time payment. Grow up. Do you know anything about business? Monthly subscription, period. No other conversation. All MMORPGs like this. This, WoW, if EQ3 ever comes out, what have you. Even Ashes of Creation, monthly subscription. And that's just it, Triple. That's the fear. That's the fear, is that the current gaming generation isn't. I mean, you could equate it. Well, you can't even equate it to V-Bucks in Fortnite, right? Because V-Bucks is currency. It's not like a monthly subscription. It's like everybody. And no offense to you guys if you guys were or are these individuals. But it's no different than the individuals that go into people's streams and complain about the game taking 10 years to make. Like, you guys need to realize that the staff working on this game, they spent a good portion of the time doing it for nothing. They do it on their spare time. They have other jobs, and they still find time to work on this game. And a lot of you guys don't know that, never heard that, what have you. I have. They've worked for free. Would you? Would you spend months and years working for nothing on this? No, you wouldn't. Don't even say you would. You know the truth. These guys have worked for nothing on this game to get this game out. But people want to go ahead and poop all over them. Like, man, don't speak if you don't know. That's what it is. Don't speak if you don't know. I always say, people come in here and they're afraid to ask questions, and I always say, there's no such thing as a stupid question if you don't know the answer, right? Not gonna lie, I'm here from Ashes of Creation. I'm taking a break and this has been catching my eye. Gotcha. I heard Ashes, unfortunately, has its own handful of issues. I mean, it's coming along. It seems to be coming along nicely. I saw their press release about the Summoner class, but I guess they're still having a handful of issues with the game running. Somebody hear somebody say something? Do you think Bard will be part of 1.0? You want my honest opinion? I don't think so. If it does, it will be after everything else is already in. They need everything in before they bring in a class that could unbalance combat in general. So now, I'm also going to be perfectly honest. Do I think this game needs a bard? No. Just like mounts, not in the slightest. I have killed everything in the game multiple times with all sorts of classes and builds and loadouts. A bard was never needed. Or a bard in the sense that all of you think the bard is going to be when it comes in. The bard's never been needed. It's still coming. They've said the bard is still going to come into the game, but will it be here by the time they launch? I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. They would have to come to me and say something, and they don't come around this stream. I don't know if they I don't know if they like the whining that I do about the game on stream. I mean, I play the most of this game. Like, there's nobody else online that plays as much of this game as I do. Nobody. I've been doing this for years. I just can't stop playing because I have so much fun playing it. They would have released 2 years ago, but they went and ported over. Yes, that's exactly it. They had to change the entire graphics engine. Like, let me put it to you guys a different way for those of you who don't know, in case you happen to stop into Joppa's stream or somebody else's stream going forward. When this game was under the original graphics engine, they had content that we don't see right now in the game. That means that outside of this continent, there's other stuff they have. But because they don't have the size of the team to work on the other two continents, they have to focus on this continent, and they're not about to take content from another continent and drop it on where it's not supposed to be, right? It was nice of them enough to put the Barrow Dark in front of Avelia to give us the dwarves, the ogres, and the Dark Mirror. But I said this last night, the Barrow Dark is supposed to be on a different continent. The Barrow Dark is located on the continent of Rainfall, which is where the ogres, dwarves, and Dark Mirror are supposed to be, for those who don't know. But they don't have the team or the manpower to pump out 3 continents. So they want to get this one done. They hope to have this one 100% fleshed out for launch. And that's what I'm counting on, because this will give us months of content. The no-lifers and the speedrunners, of course not. They'll be a week into it, and then they'll go and complain on the internet that the game is too easy. Whatever. Grow up. Those are going to be grown adults acting like children, so fair warning. Those are going to be grown adults acting like children. But yes, this game is going to give the majority of the population months of content. Or at least months of things to do to get to the end game. Will they launch with all the races? It's a good question. Here's what I think about that. I'm going to say no. And the reason I say no is, based on the lore of the world, the gnomes are supposed to come in when we get a second moon. Okay? We only have one moon in the sky right now. The sky that we have is a placeholder, for those who don't know. This was told to me a very long time ago. The current sky is a placeholder. It's not the normal sky. They won't bring the gnomes in beforehand. They'll want to do it in sequence with the lore. I think the only reason why they gave us the Barrow Dark where they did is because ogres, dwarves, and Dark Mirror were already ready, and they've been ready for a long time. That's why I think they made that cave the Barrow Dark. We still have the Archai to come in, we still have the Scar to come in, and we have the Gnomes to come in. I believe those are the last 3 races. The Scar, the Archai, and the Gnomes. I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't know much about the lore of the Archai. I didn't read up on them. But I think the Scar, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the Scar, the Archai, and the Gnomes are from White Thaw. I think it's White Thaw. That's the third continent. So I believe that's why we won't have them at launch. They will launch when they get that continent straightened away. Unless they do a drastic design change, make this continent larger, and spread them out across new zones on this continent. I can't see them doing that. I'm pretty sure they want the multiple continents because they want ship travel. They have the teleport gates, of course, so they want the extra continents. Now again, this is all just hypothetical. I'm just going off of information that I have. That's all. I could be completely wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be completely wrong. Will they be charging it as an expansion, perhaps? That's another good question. Yeah, the thing is, I'm fairly confident they have content already done for the other continents, right? The other environments. I don't know if they have lore and everything straightened away for it, but I do believe they have content for other continents. Now, with that said, when this first continent comes out, they'll be able to unload from working on this and shift their focus to the other content. The question is going to be, how much of that other content do they already have when they move over to it? Because if they don't have a whole lot of it, they may put it as part of an expansion. If they have a fair bit of it, they might just add it to the game after launch as an update. I'm not sure. Their initial lore, their initial plan online over the last 10 years was, and if I'm not mistaken, is to have 3 continents for the main game. Think of it like EQ. EQ had 3 continents. They plan on having 3 continents. Then if they go ahead with another continent after that or what have you, by all means. But I believe they mean to have 3 continents on this build of the game. They just won't have them for launch. Unless I win the lottery. If I win the lottery, I will work a way to try and get a bunch of people hired down there and get us the more content. Because I need this game to come out. And no, I'm not crazy. But I know I don't have another option. There is no other game that's going to be like Pantheon. Ashes is not like Pantheon. Blue Protocol is not like Pantheon. The games that exist today are not like Pantheon. Pantheon is by itself. And it's my game. I mean, I know you guys haven't been here very long, but to the viewers that have been here for a very long time, they know how much I have invested in this game. This is my game. I need, if they came out tomorrow and said, sorry chat, the team's imploded, the project is scrapped, unfortunately we can't bring you the Pantheon we want to, blah blah blah, thank you for the support, blah blah blah, and then disappear forever, it's going to be a bad day for this guy. It's going to be a very bad day for this guy. This guy might log off the internet. No, I'm just kidding, that won't happen. I yap too much for that to happen, but I'm going to be very sad. I'll have to change genres. I will not go to WoW, I will not go to EQ, I will not go to Final Fantasy. We'll have to go to FPSs or something. We'll have to go to something different. This is my last great hope, you know? Or yeah, last great hope is this game. If this doesn't launch, we will never see an EQ style game again. And I'm going to have to come to grips with reality, and I don't want to do that. And the thing is, as far as saying, you know, oh, if I jump into a Joppa stream, do you think he'd answer these questions? I don't think so. His only focus is this one continent and getting the main content out. So, I don't think he'll answer anything about other continent content. But if somebody from VR ever happens to jump back into the stream, into this stream, I'll ask them and see what they say. I know a couple things right now that I'm not going to say, and I haven't said yet. One of them is pretty cool, but I'm not going to say what they are. But if somebody pops in here, I will ask them what their plan is for the 3 races and what they plan for the other continents. But even they probably don't know. Like, they won't know until next year. They could say, well, we plan on charging $40 for each continent, or we plan on putting the continents in the game as updates, or we plan on working the lore of the world into expansions. But they won't do that until next year. What we'll get this year, we'll get the Wild Blood content. That's next month. We'll get the Wild Blood content. Okay, apparently we're changing locations. I haven't been listening to them at all. How many people are working on this? That's a good question. Okay, I will tell you this. As of 4 months ago, there may have been 8 people working on this. The team might have been 10 people big. They didn't have their script writers. Their script writers weren't employed. They weren't actively working on the game. They actually were able to release funds to the devs to bring in the script writers again, so they came back on board. That's why we have all these quests, and that's why... where's some new gear? Do I even have any new gear in this guy? I don't. That's why all the new gear has lore information on it. All the original gear has nothing on it, just says simple plated coat. No tooltip whatsoever. But if I log in Krushnek and start mousing over all of his gear, you'll see paragraphs of lore. All that stuff came in a few months ago when they brought the scriptwriters back on. Specifically Ronik. But it's a small team. For what they're doing, it's a small team. And you have to keep in mind, they have families. When Brad McQuaid passed, that was a huge crippling effect to the company that most of you guys just don't know or don't have any information. Like, that was a massive blow to the company. He was just one person, but he was the figurehead. He's the one that would work out all the plans to fund the game and the team, and then it would be up to the team to do stuff. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And what they should have done years ago was stopped. But they couldn't. They love the game too much. They want the game to come out. They're not making $1 million off of this. This game's like, they have... So I think when the game came to early access in December, I believe they sold roughly 13,000 copies of the game. Now, I don't know how many hundreds or if there's 1,000 people that were in the game before early access. I know I was one of them, but I don't know how many people there were actually. With that said, I think we had 6 servers during seasons. Might have been 5 servers. Then the servers disappeared, came back up in December as 22 servers. Then unfortunately the population tapered off and they had to do the merge, so we went down to 9 servers, which is what we have right now. And even then with 9 servers, Stormona is the only busy server. So, how many per server? Good question. See, the servers spawn shards. So right now on this server, we have the prime, which is 0, so shard 0, but we also have shard 1. Shard 0 has probably 75% of the population. Shard 1 would have 25% of the population. And they do that because there's typically more than enough people to fill one shard. So one shard will go to the maximum and then disappear off the server list. When that happens, everybody that logs on afterwards filters in through the second shard. Now, before early access, I believe the population limit, I believe the population limit was 300, maybe 400 per server. And then when early access opened, I could be wrong, but I believe they increased the population limit to 750 per server. So there could be 1,000 people playing right now. I'm not sure. You could probably go on Steam and see how many are on Steam at the moment, but there's a lot of people that have the actual legit client, so it won't show on Steam. Like myself, I don't play on Steam. I have the actual client. Well, so they're not really looking at doing stress tests at the moment because they don't have a completed project, right? They want the continent to be completed. When this continent gets completed, I'm certain they're going to jack up the population limits to see how their servers handle it. My understanding is they have the ability to spin up, I don't know if they're virtual servers, but they have the ability to spin up servers at will if they need to. So they're not worried about their servers, so the networking's not going to be a big deal. What's going to be a big deal is how is the game going to, how are the servers going to handle the whatever they increase the population to. Now, I could only think that they would go to 3,000. A lot of games have their limit set at 3,000 per server. Games like Final Fantasy, games like EQ, they all have limits that are up there somewheres. It's not like 1 million people can connect all to one server. That's not a thing. Servers would have heart attacks and blow up. It's like back when games like Eve Online, I believe they used the mega server technology. I think Elder Scrolls Online uses the mega server technology also, which allows them to have a login that sends everybody to the same location. I think, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong with the games. So we're climbing down from here. I think New World is 8K and Ashes they want to be 12. You also aggroed the Guardian on top of the wall there to our right, which pulled everything up there. Everybody, come over here. Yeah, come on. I told them to get immune. We had this conversation the other day. Chemists are a pain in the butt, by the way. Mesit. Chemist got us. Yep. That was unfortunate. We had somebody climb up to the top and move the wrong direction. And they aggroed mobs. It happens. Yeah, those mobs would be orange to you. Their aggro circle is massive. Don't jump and die. Don't jump and die. That's what you gotta do. Don't jump and die. Back we go. Yeah, I'm hoping they launch by next summer. I'm hoping they get the continent finished by, let's say, February, I would say, of next year. And then we test like March to May. And then they launch 1.0 June or July. That'll give a number of people the opportunity to jump in and play the game over the summer. then they lay out a roadmap for the end of 2026 for the next continent. I don't know. They don't really launch games in summer. That's true. That's true. And also, keep in mind, this game is probably not going to pull a lot of the younger audience that are into MMOs. They'll probably be into the WoW, possibly the Ashes, maybe even the Blue Protocol. This game will definitely be for a select type of person. If they can get some good story and adventures in, I think my guild leader in Ashes will come back to play this. Really? I mean, the lore they've put in so far, like, the lore that they have for the Smoldering Trenches and Enclave is pretty good. We went through that, 4 months ago? Around May? End of May, beginning of June? So if you haven't been through it, so when they brought back the script writers and whatnot, they did a lot of work to all the new content they put in since May. So over in Wild's End, Smoldering Trenches, Enclave, a couple of spots in Silent Plains on top of Smoldering Trenches and Enclave. But if you go to the Smoldering Trenches, there's a whole quest line involving how those corrupt people got there and how the source of that corruption seems to be coming from a place known as the Enclave. And then you go into the Enclave, and in that process from Smoldering Trenches to the Enclave, if you're astute enough, you'll start a quest sequence that's laid out kind of like an epic quest in EQ. There's about 15 chapters or 16 chapters. So you do one thing, get an update, do another thing, get an update, blah, 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 whatever. I'm not going to ruin it for you, so you guys can figure it out or get it from another source. I don't want to spoil the game. But if you go through everything previous to that, all the content previous to that, Halnir's, Hangor, excuse me, Avelia. Avelia had quests, yes. But continuity? No. Nothing was tied in together. You had no lore explaining Castle Thronefast, or the Goblin Caves, or the spiders, or the fort, or the spectral goblins that exist in the zone. A whole bunch of stuff. But when the scriptwriters came on 5 months ago, they were working on the Wild's End stuff and everything going forward. So they started adding more quests and more lore to Wild's End. Now there's a lot of quests in Wild's End. There never used to be. Up until May, I think you had the harvesting quests, and then I think 6 other quests in the zone. Now there's a bunch, because they've been hard at work putting that content into the game for those of us who like to read up on this stuff to see what's going on. So there is quite a bit of lore in here. And the story they tell from Smoldering Trenches to Enclave is pretty cool, because it explains everything up to the raid target, Tel Daedris, or Del Taco as I call her. As long as the content coming out now still has all that lore coming with it, I think there's going to be quite a bit of lore by the time they launch, even for this one continent. I think there's going to be a lot of lore. Even with Black Rose Keep right now. What's that? Okay, I don't know what they were saying. So when they launch, I believe there'll be a fair bit of content. Now, there won't be any content. Well, I don't think there'll be any content referencing the other continents, but there might be. But the lore is definitely there. And the fact that they still have the script writers there is phenomenal, because they've been working this whole time. I actually had Ronik pop into my stream back in May when they had done an update to Wild's End to put a bunch of stuff in there, but they also put in a lot of quests, and he jumped in because I was talking about on my stream that at one point I plan on starting a character to get over to Wild's End to start working on those quests to see how they go, because I've been through all the quests over here. And then he had mentioned he was looking forward to people exploring all the quests they've added. And I was like, oh, interesting. And that's when I found out that they added a bunch of quests over there. But I haven't been over there long enough to break into the quest lines, because I keep doing this group stuff with these guys. And I don't think these guys have any interest in doing that at this point. I think our goal right now is to try and get through Black Rose Keep. That's why we're trying to stay within our content. Like, we've already done down here. We've done the opening valley. We've done the entrance here. We've been up here in the kitchen area. We've been up the stairs. Here is where it changes. Here, the mobs go from level 24, I think, to 28 plus. And then in here is like 32 plus. And then all up here is 32 to 37 or 38, I think. So we're gradually getting there right now. Gradually. But the goal is to take these guys through here and to not do any other content as best as we can, because I want you guys to see what a legit playthrough looks like. You can go see the sites some other place with somebody with a level 50 running through stuff, but I can't do it. I can't do it. I need to show you guys a fair look at the game, because I need you guys to make the best guess, and I need you guys to play this game. Period. That's all. Okay, we are waiting to get a corpse res, I think. There's my corpse right there. So, food for thought. My arse is so big that I'm standing up on the higher part of the cliffside by the wolf collars, and I see my corpse over by the rock. Yeah, it's right there. That's how big my corpse is. I don't know whose corpse that is. You can see the corpse recovery right here. This is the beauty of this game, man. That's a rogue doing corpse recoveries. I haven't seen that since like EQ pre-progression servers. Hopefully he doesn't get aggro. Oh, he got aggro. We were told to stand still, chat, so I'm not moving. I'm guessing there are mobs above us. You can't stealth mine. You can stealth to the nodes, but the moment you interact with them, you come out of stealth. Now, you can open crates while stealthed, I believe. I don't think you break stealth for opening crates, but you do break stealth for harvesting. My understanding is no, you couldn't sneak the nodes anywheres. You automatically break invis. But you could open up the supply crates. Supply crates that's what a lot of rogues did. They got their, what's it called? What's it called? What's their specialty stat called? Not perception. What's their stat called? That helps them with hiding. Oh my goodness, I forget the word. Anyways, they get that stat high enough that they can pretty much go anywheres. Rogues can actually sit under raid mobs and not aggro them. Concealment. Oh my goodness, it took me a minute. Concealment. Yes, ninja. Yes, concealment. So concealment on a rogue is crazy. A high enough concealment allows a rogue to go just about everywhere. Now, they've introduced mobs that have an ability called Sharp-Eyed. Sharp-Eyed sees everything. So, they'll automatically jump on a rogue and eat him for breakfast. But if you're in an area where there are no Sharp-Eyed, you have free range to move wherever you want to. Please don't give me the mining sound. They didn't fix this. This is supposed to be wood cutting, and it's supposed to be from the angle, not from overhead. It's broken. It's been broken for a year. It used to work. The sound used to be fine. Is Rogue super party dependent? Yes, just like the Cleric and the Warrior. But here's the thing. A lot of people get into this game and they won't necessarily grab a rogue to run with because in their mind, they're thinking about the rogues from EQ. This rogue is not an EQ rogue. Rogues are phenomenal in this game. You can do so much with the rogue if you take the time to learn all the abilities the rogue gets. So keep that in mind. Rogues were like the first class that my jaw dropped a long time ago. When rogues came in the game and I was grouping with somebody who was a rogue and I got to see what they could do, it was game over. Rogues are phenomenal. Rogues in this game are exactly what rogues should be in every game going forward. You can still get the 10 on it? Yes, yes. You shouldn't have an issue getting to 10 on it solo. You might have to do some fancy stuff around level 8, but you should be able to get to 10 with no problem. After that, you're going to want a group. But same thing with the Cleric, same thing with the Warrior. Dwarves don't swing either? But yeah, it's got to be the character models then. But even the audio is different. The audio used to be thunk, thunk, thunk. And now when I chop down trees, it's the ore node sound. It's the mining sound. And it used to work. It used to never be that way. They did some sort of update 10 months ago, and it messed it up, and it's been messed up ever since. And I can't stand it. That's why I don't harvest anything for the most part. I used to harvest wood to help people make boxes and whatnot. Now I don't do it anymore because I can't stand the fact that I do the mining animation. You sold Rogue to me then? It would be rough unless I can find groups. I'm not going to sugarcoat. I'm not going to, blow smoke up your butt for whatever reason. Even if it's something you like, I'm not going to do it. But the rogue will be challenging. However, you'll figure it out, and you'll be able to do a lot of things that other players in game won't be able to do. You might even figure out a new way to play the rogue that's better than what everybody else is doing. How is the game right now for low-level players in groups? Well, let's see. It's Thursday. Well, it's getting kind of late on a Thursday, but let me see. Let's say you get the first 5 levels by yourself. So who all 5 to 15? Let's see who's on right now at this time of night. It's a lot of people. That's a lot of LFGs. I would say the low-level game is healthy. Looks like you got a mix of everything. Ranger, Necro, Paladin, Summoner, Druid, Rogue. Ranger, Shaman, Enchanter, Necro, Druid, Warrior, Paladin, Ranger, Paladin, Dire Lord, Monk. Druid, Monk, Wizard, Wizard, Druid, Cleric, Wizard, Druid, Rogue. Yeah, there's... So, this... I don't know if you're familiar with EQ, but this uses EQ-type text commands. So, up until the last update, not the one from yesterday, but the one from like 3 weeks ago when Black Rose Keep came in, they broke the social window. So you click this, social, this pops up. Now normally, you can go to Who. Who will show you everybody in the zone that you are in, right? These are all the people that are in Black Rose Keep right now. Regardless of level, these are all the people. Friends show you your friends list. LFG sorts everybody that's got the LFG tag on. So you can see that's a lot of LFGs. Now, that's in all the different zones. AVP, Black Rose Keep. Looking for more, you can put up a looking for... Where's everybody? You can put up a looking for more tab if you already have like 2 or 3 people in your group and you're looking for, say, a healer, a rogue, and something else. You can put that. So I can go... Filter? No. Anyways. On the Who list, if you want to find specific characters, you would normally click filter and then punch in your level range. However, if you watch this search, so we're looking for levels 5 to 15, any race, any class, any zone. 33 is not 15, 25 is not 15, 47 is not 15. So they broke the Who window for the time being. Mercenary for Hire has the knockback stomp. What's happening? Hey, Sayella, what's going on? How you doing? Thanks for the raid. Hello, Sayella's Raiders. Hope you guys are enjoying your Thursday. We've been spending our evening in Black Rose Keep. We just had a bit of a mix-up here with some unwarranted aggro and a mercenary for hire that caused a whole lot of other aggro. I'll play around with the rogue a bit, because I think that is what I want to main. Dude, you should. The rogue is fun. I've grouped with half a dozen rogues, I think, in the last 10 months. And the rogues are just, dude. The rogues are just fantastic. Hope you're having a great stream. I always try to have a great stream, Sayella. Thank you. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Any stream where I get to play a game and chat with people, I'm good. Gives me something fun to do between groups. There you go. Yeah, rogues are multifaceted in this game. You know, back in EverQuest, with people that have the image of what a rogue was in EQ, rogues were great in the beginning, up to a certain point. The tipping point was when they introduced the Berserker class, because the Berserker class could do the whole picklock thing, but do more damage, and had a pretty cool snare, as opposed to the rogue. So at that time, a lot of people left rogues behind. They would stop looking for rogues for groups, they would stop bringing rogues on raids, they would swap a rogue out for a Berserker, etc. Because a rogue was kind of a one-trick pony in EQ. Now, it was great to have for their lockpicking skill. This game, they made sure to give the rogue half a dozen different things to do. The rogue can do DPS, the rogue can do crowd control, the rogue can pull, the rogue can sort out a dungeon, scouting the dungeon. I got raided by Primus, but was about to end stream, so thought I'd bring them to you. I'm heading to bed, so have a great rest of your stream. Oh, well, thank you. I hope your viewers enjoy the rest of the stream. Have a good night. Excuse me. We are attempting to make our way to the upper part of the keep. Well, that was rude. Does a warrior still benefit from agility? Yes, agility is still our ability stat. Unfortunately, there's not as much tank gear that has agility on it at the moment. At least for this level range. I would have to look at tier 3 crafting at the moment, and even then it wouldn't give you enough. I mean, some is better than none, I guess, but I'm relying on jewelry. I have agility jewelry. Well, right now I have split duty between agility and poison resist, but I do have agility jewelry, so I bump my agility using the 5 pieces. As of right now, my agility is at 25, but that's because we have the agility earring on. Now I do have the rings and the other earring, which are right here. This is the only way for the warrior to get their agility up for the time being. I'm sure it will change over time. But even Krushnek, who's at level 50 with best in slot, still only has roughly the same amount of agility as Krushnek has. What's funny is, without a shaman or whatnot, my agility is almost my highest stat now. 5 stats are pretty much on par with each other. This is nice to see, but again, it's only because I have the agility jewelry to help. I wish my agility was higher, but I can't risk putting all the jewelry on at the moment, because I don't know what Black Rose soldiers up here utilize poison. That bridge is a death trap. No, I believe there's a raid going on up in this building. I think. No worries, man, no worries. But yeah, as you can see down here, agility, 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 well, no agility, just because it's exposed. Now, Constitution still controls our shield abilities. But you really want agility. But we need more gear with agility on it. It doesn't have to have a lot of agility, but we need agility gear. There's no chain that I can think of from level 10 to 30 that has consistent agility for the different slots. So that needs to be a little work on. They went and switched everything to agility before actually implementing agility gear. Now, they managed to put agility on some of the higher level gear, like the stuff that drops in the smoldering trenches in the Enclave. That stuff will have, or has, agility on it. But as far as leveling like 1 to 30, you're pretty much looking at putting leather gear on a warrior. That's where you're going to get the most agility. For now. Like the Manor gear wasn't adjusted for agility, the Halnir's gear wasn't adjusted for agility, the Hangor gear wasn't adjusted for agility. Really? That's hilarious. Were you doing your bow's damage, or were you doing your melee damage? Do you know? Oh, excuse me. Those of you in chat that may have come over with the Primus raid initially, what was Primus doing this evening? Was he in Black Rose Keep? Okay. Apparently. Sorry, chat. We gotta be a little focused here. There's a lot of mobs between here and the stairs that we need. There's no other one. Okay, we can come in to the left. Are we going to make our way up that center stair? I heard he can be a rare spawn. Some people might say he's of medium difficulty. If Snapper pulls this off, we can say well done. But I wouldn't stake my life on it. I mean, I didn't have a beef with them, so... So we have Grillmaster Slacks, Wizard, Enchanter, Summoner, Necromancer, 12 AC, 1 Stamina, 3 Intellect, 1 Spell Power. Anybody? Well, who's our mage? We don't have a mage. Oh. Greed roll. We have no mages in this group. This might be 3, 4. Oh, this is a big one. Oh, this is huge. I'm dead. If you're out of combat, get safe. It's not gonna happen. I'll be dead in a second. You'll be dead in a second. run over here, carry by Ali, so he can get the aggro with Aegis. Well, that was almost problematic. Gotta keep pulling. Can't get lazy. We're gonna get respawns, and then it'll be a headache all over again. Nope. Two incoming. Okay, stop stunning the ogre. Thank you. Okay, under the stairs has been pulled. Tent has been pulled. Okay, we could probably come up to the tent. Yeah. If we can put a trap where Essien is sitting, and then we can fight one of the chemists here where I'm standing, and line of sight should stop that other one from doing anything to us, ranged or otherwise. Okay, let me see if we can get... Does acrobatic go through a trap? Well, they're both acrobatic. Roll the dice. Here we go. Those chemists are mean. Oh, moonseed oil. That's cool. Chemical damage, disease. Yeah, they also do chemical damage. The resist isn't built into the game in any significant form at the moment. And they do disease damage. They do not do poison. Yeah, that's plus 10. You'd need disease-resist jewelry. Yeah. Huh. Is the quest feature broken? That used to scroll. We pull the Legendas. He came back a few months ago. I saw his name. So, you guys remember just after Smoldering Trenches came in, Dark Water, you had like 100 corpses everywhere in Silent Plains, and you always had a corpse at the lift? So, back on Lucent Tree, Essien and I knew an individual by the name of Legendas, who was a ranger. Let's just say he got so into combat, he always forgot where he was standing. That's all I'm going to say. And it led to the single funniest moment I've ever experienced in this game in 3 years. And I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt for 2 days. Because every time he got comfortable and kept saying he knew where he was standing, he's good, everything's fine, 5 minutes later he would launch himself over a cliff. And then I moved the combat so that he had no other option but to hit a wall, and he still flung himself over the cliff. The Seer Camp in Hangor. Oh, Vol. Gotcha. The chemical splash from the chemist. Yep. Yeah. Nope. Chemical's not implemented. I think you can get a couple of raid pieces that have a chemical resist, and I believe the Dusty Hat that drops in Silent Plains has chemical resist, but that's +1. Yes, for the jewelry, yes. Not me, it's not. What is this all condo us now that we're up here? Yellow. Yellow. Oh, they're a mix. Okay. We're working on corpse recovery, chat. It's a little tricky. We have a corpse over here that we don't have clipped in yet. We can't see it. We thought it was over here, but it's over here. Problem is, this raven is stopping our rogue from going and getting it because they have sharp eye, which allows them to see everybody. Cloak of Feathers, bonus damage based on time in combat. That's interesting. Wonder if that means the longer the fight goes, the more damage he does? Well, it would be one or the other, right? We got one corpse. Excuse me. Yep. Excuse me. Okay, chat. It looks like we have a couple people who have to log for the evening, so the group is done for the evening. So chances are I'll probably be heading to town, selling off the crap that's in my bags, and then logging out myself. So we'll call this the end of the stream for this evening. There's not enough time for me to get into something else before I'd have to log anyhow. Those of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed the content. We should be live again tomorrow. Not sure what the game plan is, but chances are we'll be in My guess would be we'll be back in Black Rose Keep because we have 2 people that we should get a couple levels to. Aggro did us in tonight. This last little segment of the stream, our mistakes were all because of aggro, so we need to correct that. Unfortunately, we had a couple people that weren't around over the past week and a half too often, and we ended up out leveling them, so we got to get them caught up. Anyhow, that's the plan. So you guys, as always, have a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you guys on the next stream. Take care.